impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks, and he sold his company for billions of dollars. And you're here, Anthony? He's a member of one of my clubs, and all he has is cash. He said, I have a big problem, sir. What? I don't know how to invest my cash.
frankly, where there's outrage is when you have a federal agency that goes into our communities and kills American citizens. Not at the border. And are up thanks to the tariffs. Rent is up, child care is up, health care is up.
The loyal P1s morning show host. He's a trusted source for a solid deep cut. He's a reliable bet for a laugh. He's the Michael Jordan of rock and roll trivia and the king of thoughtful interview questions. Every morning, thousands of people across North Carolina start their day listening to Chris Dem. People on job sites, folks on their morning commute to the office, or kids who got their start like me, listening with my dad in the car on the way to school. While we prepare for our mornings to sound a little different, I speak on behalf of thousands of listeners in saying thank you, Chris. For 27 years, we all enjoyed it. Congrats on your retirement. Your poor back has earned it, carrying Chris Kelly for all these years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a key ingredient for making America healthy is better access to cooking classes to teach people how to prepare nutritious meals. As part of my End Hunger Now tour across Massachusetts, I joined my friend, Representative Seth Moulton, on a visit to the Phoenix Food Hub at Greater Lynn Senior Services. There, Seth and I participated in cooking classes where we learned how to make carrot muffins. We talked with CEO of Lynn Senior Services, Kathy Burns, and clients of the Food Hub, who shared how important these classes are to their ability to eat nutritiously. And we heard firsthand how Trump's reckless cuts to SNAP and other nutrition programs, such as SNAP Education, which was eliminated in the big ugly bill, are making it even harder for them to put nutritious food on the table for their families. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is Republicans are taking away money for food and tools that help improve nutrition. If we want to make America healthy again and end hunger now, Congress must reverse these cuts now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and amend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn the skyrocketing wealth inequality in this country. Over the last couple of decades, the rich have gotten richer while working families have been left behind. The very wealthiest Americans pay an average effective tax rate of 3.4%. Elon Musk pays 3.3%. Jeff Bezos, 1%. Yet wage-earning Americans pay nearly 30%. Put simply, our tax system is rigged. That's why I introduced the Robin Hood Act, to make these billionaires pay their fair share so we can deliver universal child care and Medicare for all. These billionaires avoid paying tax because their assets and money is in stock. They don't sell their stock. Instead, they take out loans against their stock, and they don't pay tax on their loans. Put simply, this bill would tax those loans and would generate nearly $30 billion of revenue. This is the right way to tackle our wealth inequality, to make the wealthy pay their fair share. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me salute the excellent online news outlet, my hometown, Bronxville, which has provided a bedrock of local news and information about the comings and goings in the village of Bronxville since 2007. Under the leadership of editor and publisher Sarah Thornton Clifford and the original leadership of Marcia Lee, my hometown Bronxville provides the latest news, sports, events, and information about the Bronxville community. The team in charge attends village meetings, events at the library, in the schools, houses of worship, in the business community to give a firsthand view of the people and the activities that drive the cultural and community life of Bronxville. Editor Clifford, a graduate of Princeton and Yale with professional media experience at Time Incorporated and Sports Illustrated, is ably abetted by Neely Bauer, Sue DeJoy, Jeannie Murrer, and others, and we recognize the past contributions of Alaire Warner in providing the hometown connection that's sadly lacking in so many other places. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we acknowledge the outstanding work of my hometown Bronxville and its dedicated team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized for one minute.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to say anything during 1 minute today, but I really get irritated when people stand up on this floor and tell half-truths to the American people. One of our colleagues just talked about the fact that wealthy people pay small percentages of their income on taxes. But what he didn't say is they pay over 50% of all the taxes paid in this country, and that working class people don't pay nearly as much as they do. So don't buy the empty rhetoric of congressional Democrats. They ran on affordability in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But just recently, they slapped a regressive payroll tax that will squeeze billions out of workers' paychecks. Congressional Democrats are on record voting against tax relief for tip workers, Social Security recipients, working moms, and the working class when they voted against the Working Families Tax Cut Act. Don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. They are lying in wait to vote for higher taxes on working families yet again if they have the opportunity. But what they don't understand is the government doesn't have a tax flow problem. We have a spending problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for those who may not follow my work closely, they may ask, what have you done for Eastern North Carolina? The answer is straightforward. Because of our work in Congress and, most importantly, my vote on key appropriations bills, I've secured 15 projects totaling nearly $54 million. Traveling across the region and meeting and connecting with local leaders and community members, I've seen firsthand that federal investments are delivering real results. In rural communities where resources are already stretched thin, investments such as a new fire truck in Williamston, a sewer infrastructure project in Sharpsburg, or a public safety project in Ahoskie are making real differences by addressing long-standing needs. We're putting all political divisions aside to make a difference for our families. These are not Democrat or Republican issues. They're Eastern North Carolina issues. It's always good to be back home. And to be clear, I come to Washington, D.C. to fight for Eastern North Carolina. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Seeing no further requests for what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1115 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 66, House Resolution 1115. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 556, to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1958, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to clarify that aliens who have been convicted of defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of public benefits are inadmissible and deportable. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 4638, to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that an alien who has been convicted of harming animals used in law enforcement is inadmissible and deportable and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 4, debate on motions that the House suspend the rules under Clause 1 of Rule 15 relating to the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 139, proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States requiring a balanced budget for the federal government, shall be extended to 1 hour.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 1115, providing for the House's consideration of H.R. 556, H.R. 1958, and H.R. 4638. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 556, the Protecting Access for Hunters and Anglers Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 1958, the Deporting Fraudsters Act of 2026, and H.R. 4638, the Federal Working Animal Protection Act, both under closed rules. The rule provides each 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit for each bill. Additionally, when considered under suspension of the rules, the rule provides additional debate time to 1 hour of general debate for H.Res. 139, proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, requiring a balanced budget for the federal government. Mr. Speaker, the 3 measures that underpin this rule all share a singular defining characteristic. They're in alignment with the priorities and demands of the American people. And what do the American people want, Mr. Speaker? I'll tell you what they want. They want a restoration of law and order so that illegal aliens are deported, especially when they're convicted of having committed criminal acts. We're answering that demand by putting forth H.R. 1958 and H.R. 4638. These 2 pieces of legislation zero in on criminal aliens who've defrauded the government and criminal aliens who commit violent acts against law enforcement working animals in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, when we say we back the blue, we're talking about the men and women of law enforcement and the trained animals that stand alongside them in the line of duty. Those who choose to oppose this legislation, I can guarantee you, are members of the same party that has voted to keep the Department of Homeland Security shut down and have voted in the past to defund the police. You and I both know, Mr. Speaker, which party it is that I'm referring to here. It's obvious. Americans want a federal government that respects consumer choice and the exercising of our freedoms, not a federal government that seeks to regulate every single aspect of our lives. That's why we're putting forth H.R. 556, which would tear down regulations that have dictated how men and women across the nation can hunt and fish on select pieces of land under the control of the Secretaries of Interior and Agriculture, respectively. These are two essential parts of life that Americans are incredibly fortunate to engage in and enjoy. I believe we should all respect that. But the federal government under Democrat control has, time and again, viewed these activities as nothing more than a target to overregulate. Is anyone surprised by this? I don't believe so. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll guarantee you that our colleagues across the aisle won't spend their time debating this slate of bills with us today. I'd be pleasantly surprised if they actually chose to do that. Instead, they'll do the same thing they always do: stomp their feet, huff and puff, and yell about unrelated things until they're blue in the face. It's like muscle memory for them at this point. Meanwhile, Republicans will be focused on the task at hand, like we always are. We stand ready to deliver, and we intend to do so yet again with these three pieces of legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. And I want to thank the gentlelady from North Carolina for, the distinguished chairwoman of the Rules Committee, for whom I have much admiration and respect. I want to thank her for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what on earth are we doing here? Yesterday, the President of the United States spent an hour at lunch talking about the Kennedy Center. You know, the place he slapped his name on before basically running it into the ground. And today, the Congress of the United States is spending an hour debating messaging bills that totally ignore the realities of what's going on in people's everyday lives. I mean, does anyone on the other side of the aisle realize that the United States of America is at war right now? Does anyone in the Republican conference want to acknowledge that costs are up, corruption is running rampant, and everyday people are getting screwed? They promised lower costs on day one. I mean, that's what Donald Trump promised. Well, guess what? Gas is up, thanks to the war in Iran. Groceries are up, thanks to the tariffs. Rent is up, child care is up, health care is up, with millions of Americans paying double and triple for their health insurance, and over 1 million losing it altogether because of Republican inaction. No, Republicans plan to do. No, Republicans do they plan to do anything about any of that? No. Instead, this is what they did instead. They jammed through a big, ugly bill to help billionaires. They defend Trump's tariffs that are raising costs on working people. They continue to cover up for the predators and the Epstein files, and now they are backing another illegal war in the Middle East that is costing over $1 billion a day in taxpayer money. Over $1 billion a day in taxpayer money. But they're not talking about any of that. They keep bringing distraction after distraction to the House floor. Bills meant to waste time, divide people, and shift the blame from billionaires onto immigrants. That's their whole playbook. Don't look over here at Epstein elites and billionaire corporations who are ripping us off, breaking the law, and getting away with it. No, no, no. Blame the immigrants. Hey, blame trans kids, blame Joe Biden, blame everybody but the president and his billionaire buddies. It's getting old, and I, for one, am sick and tired of it. This president and my friends on the other side who are refusing to rein him in because they're all afraid of him is burning $1 billion a day of American taxpayer money on a war halfway around the world. $1 billion a day. Let me repeat that. $1 billion a day. No money, no more money to help seniors heat their homes. They say we don't have it. No money to help kids get healthy breakfast in school. No money to restore SNAP benefits to help seniors and veterans afford groceries. No more money to help working families breathe easier or sleep better at night. I'm just sick and tired of this, Mr. Speaker. There's always money for war. There's always money for another tax break for multimillionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. There's always time to debate silly bills that try to shift the blame onto immigrants and trans kids. But there's never the time. There's never the time or the money to address the real and pressing issues that the American people are begging Republicans to help them with. This is an embarrassing debate. This is an embarrassing moment for this Congress. You know, while everybody in this country, is in an uproar over rising costs, people are begging us to address that issue, to lower costs, to help make their lives easier. Well, that's what's on the minds of the American people. Republicans can't bring themselves to bring legislation to the floor to address those issues. It really is sad. It really is sad. And again, I think that my friends are going to realize come the midterm elections that people have had enough of this. But really, people can't wait until the next election. People need us to address these concerns now. This is an embarrassing debate. I urge a no vote, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Massachusetts for his kind comments, and I send them back to him and wish him a happy St. Patrick's Day. And I appreciate his making my prediction in my opening remarks come true. I now yield 2 minutes to my colleague from North Carolina, Representative McDowell.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, from the massive fraud uncovered in Minnesota to schemes across this country, criminal networks are targeting American programs and treating taxpayers like an ATM. This is hard-earned American tax dollars. This is the earned benefits of our seniors. This is young families' grocery budgets. And my colleague across the aisle has said that we don't have money for these programs. We don't have money for these programs because you let fraudsters take all of it. And yet we are watching criminal aliens exploit our neighbors and the programs meant to help our communities, draining billions from the American people. Every dollar stolen by a foreign fraudster is a dollar that is taken from an American family who actually needs these programs and their hard-earned money where it belongs, with them. The Deporting Fraudsters Act put the American taxpayer back in the driver's seat. This bill makes non-U.S. citizens who steal from federal programs deportable, and it is crazy that that wasn't already the case. And it makes sure that far-left prosecutors do not sidestep federal law by dragging out a case to avoid a conviction. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is really just common sense. If you come here to scam the American people, you will be held accountable and you will go home. And for that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm just going to respond to the gentlelady because she wants me to address some of the underlying bills. But one of them, the H.R. 4638, the so-called Bow Wow Act of 2025, we're debating something, and saying that it should be illegal when it already is illegal. I mean it's kind of redundant. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, a non-citizen who is convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude is subject to removal. In 2018, the Board of Immigration Appeals found that the crime of animal fighting is a crime, involving moral turpitude because there is a clear intent to harm an animal. And let me read to you how this bill that we're talking about came to be. On June 24, 2025, K-9 detective in U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Beagle Brigadier Freddie and his handler were inspecting baggage from travelers who arrived at Dulles International Airport from Cairo, Egypt. Beagle Brigadier Freddie's job is to sniff out prohibited agriculture products at the border that could threaten vital agricultural industries. Beagle Brigadier Freddie alerted to one of the suitcases being transported by Haim Ramadan Bayoumi Ali Marie, an Egyptian national. As Beagle Brigadier Freddie continued his investigation, his handler began questioning Mr. Marie, who abruptly and violently kicked the K-9 detective. The kick was of such force that it launched Beagle Brigadier Freddie, a 25-pound beagle, off the ground. And after examination by a veterinarian, it was determined that Beagle Brigadier Freddie suffered contusions on his right ribs following the attack. Mr. Marie was taken into custody and charged with harming animals used in law enforcement under the law. He pleaded guilty and was ordered to pay Freddie's vet bill, and he was deported back to Egypt. That's the law. So what the hell are we doing here? I mean, we're repeating, what is already in the law. I guess the difference would be if the bill that the gentlelady is advocating actually became law, then Mr. Marie would escape any kind of financial responsibility paying Freddie's vet bill. I don't think we want that. But this was a deportable act, and this gentleman was deported. So, so when I say that this is a distraction, this is what I'm talking about. Again, we are spending $1 billion a day, my friends, on this war in Iran, and nobody knows what the hell is going on. Gas prices are through the roof. The cost of everything is going up. And we're here on the floor basically trying to bring bills that restate current law. I would even say maybe in this case, weaken current law. I got to tell you, I think things are screwed up around here when our focus is on the stuff that we're bringing to the floor today and not on trying to lower the cost for the American people. I mean, life is hard. I don't know whether my friends go home and talk to their constituents or do town halls or do town meetings, but if you do, you're hearing what I'm hearing. Life is too damn expensive. People want us to address the high costs. And we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Republicans refuse to bring legislation to the floor to address that issue. Instead, we do this. And so I'm a huge animal rights advocate. And so I want people who abuse animals to be deported. I mean, I think I don't have any problem with that. But that's the law. But we're bringing this to the floor, and we're not doing a damn thing about addressing the high costs that Americans are facing each and every day. Something's wrong with this place. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 90 seconds.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I'm a huge animal rights lover, too, and I have a dog, I say, that owns me. My colleague just talked about one example that worked out well, but we know lots and lots of examples where these things don't work out well, and that's why we need this legislation, because acts of cruelty toward animals who are working often fall between the cracks. My colleague also just said that no one will see any benefits from the working family tax cut. Yet, thanks to this important legislation, Americans could receive nearly a $4,000 tax refund this year. The average take-home pay boost is $10,900, and the average tax cut for middle-income Americans is 15%. Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Chairwoman Fox for yielding the time. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this rule, which provides consideration of my bill, the Deporting Fraudsters Act. A few weeks ago, during the State of the Union, Democrats confirmed to the American people who they really are and who they really work for. When President Trump asked Congress to stand and reaffirm the fundamental principle that the first duty of American government is to protect American citizens and not illegal aliens, every single Democrat remained seated. Every single one. And now, Madam Speaker, with this bill, we have the chance to see who will stand with illegal aliens and against the American people. This bill should be common sense. Any alien who defrauds the United States or steals money from Americans who need it most should not be able to walk freely in this country. This seeks to fix the numerous examples of criminal aliens stealing Social Security benefits or cloning SNAP cards and not facing any immigration consequences. It's time for a change. This bill in front of us, the Deporting Fraudsters Act, will make it explicitly clear that if you are not a citizen and you are defrauding law-abiding Americans, you should be deported. Again, it should be common sense. It's a privilege to live in this country, and our laws should reflect that. So to the American people, you should remember this vote. You should remember that those who vote against this bill are voting to support illegal alien fraudsters over the American people. To the elderly couple who has paid into Social Security your entire life, or to the working mother who is just trying to get by for her children but needs some assistance, this should be an eye-opening vote, because this vote provides a binary choice. Either you support the American people and their benefits, or you support illegal alien fraudsters. Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes and support this bill, the rule in this bill, and I yield back the rest of my time.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me read for my colleagues a statement from the National Director of the Economic Council, Mr. Hassett, who works for President Trump. And this is his quote. He says, if the war were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It could hurt consumers, and would have to think about what would have to do about that. But that's really the last of our concerns right now. This is from Trump's top economic advisor. This is a direct quote from him. Hurting consumers, he says, is the last of our concerns right now. This guy should be fired. This is outrageous. We all should be worried about consumers. Those are our constituents. When prices are going up, people can't make ends meet. They can't afford their rents. They can't afford their health care. They can't afford their groceries. They can't afford a damn thing. And this is what, Trump's top economic advisor says, that consumers are really the last of our concerns right now. Does anything outrage my Republican colleagues? Can anybody in the Trump administration say anything that might give you pause, that might cause you concern? This is outrageous. 3 in 4 Americans say that groceries are so expensive that they've been forced to cut down on other spending. Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Fortune entitled 3 in 4 Americans say that groceries are so expensive they've been forced to cut down on other spending.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from CBS 8 entitled National Average Gas Prices Now Nearly 90 Cents Higher Than a Month Ago.
Without objection.
I hate to tell my Republican friends this, but here's a newsflash. The American people are struggling. They are desperately looking for us to take action to make their lives easier. to help them be able to afford groceries and to be able to afford gas prices and be able to afford to support their families. You know, and while we're spending $1 billion a day on a reckless and illegal war in Iran, and the president, there's no end in sight, have money for that, you know, my friends on the other side can't bring themselves to bring legislation to the floor that will address the high cost of living. I mean, when you have people in the administration saying that consumers are the last of their concerns, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm just like, every time I think this administration can't say something that will shock me even more, they do. You know, and this is one of the more outrageous comments coming from one of the president's top advisors, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will point out to my colleague that, yes, gas jumped in the last month, but it's still a lot less expensive than it was under President Biden. Thankfully, under President Trump, gas prices were cut almost in half. And the number one role of the federal government, Madam Speaker, as we all know on our side of the aisle, is the defense of this nation. Madam Speaker, the need for legislation like H.R. 1958 is not hypothetical. Fraud is a serious crime, and it's essential we ensure foreign national fraudsters cannot continue to exploit the American taxpayers. While my colleagues will argue that there's no fraud currently, here are just a few recent examples. A 3-year-old girl's Social Security number had been used for 2 credit cards and 2 auto loans with an outstanding balance of more than $25,000. Second one, fraud by illegal immigrants is destroying children's lives. These are quotes, Madam Speaker, including the lives of a 9-year-old boy who was denied Medicaid because wages were reported on his Social Security number, and a 13-year-old girl who was denied as a dependent on her family's tax return because she supposedly made too much money. These are because illegal aliens are stealing Social Security numbers and using them. In 2019, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Mississippi announced the prosecution of 119 illegal aliens for crimes including, quote, misusing Social Security numbers of American citizens, end quote. And I have the sources for all of these, Madam Speaker. In June 2020, the Justice Department announced that an illegal alien from Guatemala was sentenced to 3 months imprisonment for, quote, using another person's Social Security number to get a job and for tax purposes, end quote. In October 2023, an illegal alien who was arrested by the U.S. Border Patrol near Hidalgo, Texas in September 2022, and then released by the Biden administration, pleaded guilty to illegal use of a Social Security number. November 2025, the New York Times highlighted the case of a Daniel Kluver, a Minnesota man whose identity was stolen by a Guatemalan illegal alien with a criminal history and multiple deportations. Because of the identity theft, Kluver lost thousands of dollars through garnished wages and increased taxes and spent years unsuccessfully trying to untangle the mystery of his stolen identity. And the stories go on and on, Madam Speaker. So there is a real reason for this legislation. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is now recognized.
So I just want to say the gentlelady is doing exactly what I predicted she would do, blaming immigrants so that people who are watching this debate don't focus in on the fact that prices are going through the roof and everything is more expensive than ever. She said that, that Trump is doing better than Biden in terms of gas prices. Well, when Biden left office, the average gallon of gas was $3.11. It's now close to $3.80. It's creeping up nearly $4. I mean, that's just the reality. People can Google that. Don't take my word for it. You can Google it. And the other fact is that, if I remember correctly, Donald Trump said that when he became president, he and Republicans would lower costs on day one. Everything would go down. What a crock. Everything's gone up. Everything is skyrocketed. Everything, gas, rent, price of food, everything has gone way up. And I'm going to read this again because I can't get this out of my head, that somebody in this administration would say this out loud. Again, the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, Kevin Hassett, again, he tweeted, this is what he said: if the war were to be extended, it would not really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers and would have to think about what would have to do about that. But that's really the last of our concerns right now. This is one of the president's top economic advisors telling to the American consumer, the hell with you. You don't matter. You're at the bottom of our list. That tells you everything you need to know. And I heard the gentlelady's 1-minute speech before we got into this debate, in which she kind of defended the tax cuts for the rich and basically said we have a spending problem in this country. Okay? We have a spending problem. We're spending $1 billion a day on a reckless, illegal war in Iran, and nobody on the other side seems to give a damn about that. We don't have money to help make sure that we can lower energy costs for senior citizens. We don't have money to make sure our kids get nutritious breakfasts and lunches in schools. We don't have money for anything: child care, elder care, for our veterans, for our health care in general. We're told we don't have the money. But no debate, no concern about $1 billion a day on Iran. Come on. I mean, enough is enough. The focus of Congress, the focus of government should be about helping people, not screwing them over, not hurting them. And the focus of our government should be not about enriching the rich, protecting the Epstein class, the people who are well off and well connected and who have tons of money. The focus ought to be on how to lift up working families in this country. That's what Democrats have been fighting for. That's what we stand for. And so there is a difference here. And again, going back to Kevin Hassett, his comment today, he says the quiet part out loud. The consumers, according to him, are the last of our concerns right now. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, let me say, we know what the role of the federal government is. It's outlined in the Constitution of the United States. And many of the things that my colleague wants us to be involved in, and we have been involved in, are the things that have caused us to have a $38 trillion debt at the federal level. And so doing everything that we can to reduce fraud is really very important. And let me say, if we have people who are here legally, as Americans have done for Americans, we will do for them. But those who come here illegally, and the term is illegal alien, then we do not have any truck with them. We want them to obey the law just like we want everybody else to obey the law. And if they commit fraud, then we want them gone out of this country. They shouldn't be here to begin with because they come in illegally. But if we want to address the high cost of living in this country, we must confront fraud. We must confront fraud. Democrats should be joining us, not opposing the common sense effort. And let's talk about the rhetoric from our colleagues on our record of fiscal soundness this Congress and the Democrats' record of spending addiction. We just finished the FY26 appropriations package, of course, minus the funding for Homeland Security, and we saved nearly $14 billion compared to last year's appropriated levels. And let's not forget, that comes on the heels of cutting $9 billion of waste and fraud through a rescissions package just months earlier. And that came on the heels of cutting $1.4 trillion of waste, fraud, and abuse through Republicans' reconciliation effort. Democrats are lying in wait to vote for higher taxes on working families yet again if they have the opportunity. But what they don't understand is the government doesn't have a tax flow problem. We have a fundamental spending problem in Washington. And again, that spending is not on what the federal government should be spending it on, which is the defense of this nation, but is on spending on things that are not outlined in the Constitution for us to be doing. When Democrats had full control of the levers of power and passed their reconciliation packages, they expanded the federal government with an unprecedented $11 trillion in spending. Yes, Madam Speaker, I said $11 trillion in additional spending, $6 trillion of which has been added to the national debt. There's simply no comparison to what Republicans have accomplished this Congress to the Democrat spending addiction. We've lowered the deficit. We've cut trillions in waste. We've secured tax relief for working families, and Democrats opposed us on every front. And guess what? Our deficit is finally being addressed. The federal government's cumulative deficit for fiscal year 2026 at the end of November was 19% lower than the year prior under Biden. Be it by reconciliation, rescission, or through the regular order annual appropriations process, this Congress is cutting spending, driving down inflation, and returning money to taxpayers. And Madam Speaker, you know, that's really the fundamental difference between Democrats and Republicans. We believe that that the public should hold on to as much of its money as possible, not turn that money over to bureaucrats to spend. So don't buy the empty rhetoric of congressional Democrats. They ran on affordability in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but just recently they slapped a regressive payroll tax that will squeeze billions out of workers' paychecks. Congressional Democrats are on record voting against tax relief for tipped workers, Social Security recipients, working moms, and the working class when they voted against the Working Families Tax Cut Act. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm almost at a loss for words. I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that. I mean, that gets like 5 Pinocchios. I don't know what the gentlelady is talking about. You know, she talked about the debt and reducing the debt. My friend, who I respect and enjoy working with, voted for a reconciliation bill that added nearly $5 trillion to the debt. Let me say that one more time. It added nearly $5 trillion to the debt. And most of that additional cost to the debt were in the form of tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires. I mean, she talks about, you know, the Republicans trying to cut fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah, they cut programs like SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, to help senior citizens and veterans and low-income families be able to put food on the table, a benefit, by the way, that is on average of about $2 per person per meal. I mean, that's what SNAP is. They cut money for child nutrition programs. They cut money for school nutrition programs. They cut money for environmental protection, for infrastructure. I go right down the list, economic development for our farmers, everything. You know, I mean, they had Elon Musk come in with Doge, and they claim they saved all this money. Guess what? All the cuts that they made, that are, by the way, I think we're going to pay for down the road because they're going to add costs in a whole bunch of other ways. All that so-called savings has just already been eliminated by what has been spent on the war in Iran, $1 billion a day. I mean, we're at $22, $23 billion already on that war, and we're not anywhere near done. So when they tell you that we can't deal with the fact that we have so many senior citizens in this country who can't afford to put food on the table, we can't do anything about that. They say nothing about $1 billion a day on an illegal and reckless war in Iran. By the way, I just, for the record, I want to insert the CBO score on their reconciliation bill in the record because that's the Congressional Budget Office. I want the record to reflect that what I'm saying here is backed up by facts. Yeah, this is a nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Both Democrats and Republicans rely on the CBO for scores on how much things are going to cost. I mean, this is crazy that we're having this debate. And all the while, the cost of living for every person in this country, you know, who's not a multi-millionaire or billionaire, who's not part of the Epstein class, is going through the roof. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, when you talk about, you know, taxes on people, what my friend didn't mention was the tariffs. That's a tax on every American. That's a tax on every American. Yeah. We're now told that these tariffs are costing the average citizen in this country an additional $1,700 per person, per year. I mean, like, I don't know who's asking for this stuff, but it's certainly not the people that I talk to. Madam Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 7481, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2026, sponsored by Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut, a bill which only funds law-abiding agencies under the Department of Homeland Security and not the unlawful actions of ICE and CBP. Madam Speaker, House Republicans are trying to use President Trump's illegal war in Iran as pretext to force Congress to fund ICE and CBP without any reforms, even though these agencies are harassing, detaining, beating, and killing American citizens. This is a cheap trick to score political points, and we're not buying it. I don't think anybody in the country is buying it. The President's own national director, I get that you can't make this up, the President's own national director of the National Counterterrorism Center, who Trump himself appointed, and basically every single Republican in the Senate voted to confirm this guy, resigned this morning, stating that he cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran and that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, end quote. Also, Republicans already funded ICE and CBP in their big, ugly bill, so why are they holding up funding for TSA, the Coast Guard, and FEMA? Republicans should allow a vote to fund the law-abiding components of DHS while negotiations on critical reforms to ICE and CBP continue. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And with that, to discuss that proposal, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee and the sponsor of this bill, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. Madam Speaker, last Friday, workers across the Department of Homeland Security missed a full paycheck. Reports have shown that a number of TSA agents have had to find new jobs or to take up additional work to make ends meet while their pay is frozen. This is wrong, and no Democrat wants this, but my Republican colleagues want it. Republicans insist on conditioning funding for TSA workers on more money for ICE. ICE is a lawless and reckless agency which is terrorizing our community, masked and armed and marauding and roving through our communities nationwide. The Republicans will only agree to pay TSA officers, FEMA employees, our cybersecurity experts, and Coast Guard service members if we also provide another $28 billion for ICE and CBP. That is on top of the $140 billion that they already have from the big, beautiful bill. If we defeat the previous question, I will move to bring up my bill, which will fully fund TSA workers. It will fully fund FEMA, including the Disaster Relief Fund. It will fully fund the Coast Guard, the Secret Service, and our cybersecurity efforts. In short, it will fund everything except ICE and CBP. I'm tired of the crocodile tears on the other side of the aisle of talking about TSA workers and cybersecurity and the Coast Guard. They have a chance to fund these efforts so that people can get paid. They refuse to do it. The Republican leadership blocks this bill. Their approach is all or nothing. It is not enough for them if we fund the vast majority of Homeland Security, if we pay workers who follow the law, people who keep us safe, who do not harass us, do not detain us, do not beat us up, do not abuse our constituents at whim, or kill American citizens. No.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
30 seconds.
No, they will not support any measure unless it gives ICE and CBP more money, without any of the protections our communities need and the American people demand. If Republicans allow my measure to come to a vote, we could end the impasse today. Hardworking Americans will get paid. Have the courage to stand up and do it. I encourage them to do so. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not a serious proposal. Madam Speaker, it's really, really rich. Now it's the fault of Republicans that the Department of Homeland Security is not funded. I mean, it's just too rich. Crime is down in this country because we have shut down our border and denied people coming in illegally. We need to fund all of Homeland Security so that we can keep the border closed. Obviously, our colleagues want to open the border again, just like President Biden did. There were people waiting at the border when President Biden was elected with shirts on, "Thank you, Biden." We can't do that, Madam Speaker. We need to fund all of Homeland Security at the same time. And by the way, Madam Speaker, it was the bipartisan policy center that said that the 19% reduction in deficit that occurred. With that, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Massachusetts is prepared.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, first of all, nobody disagrees that we should have a secure border. That's not the debate. Where there's disagreement, and quite frankly, where there's outrage, is when you have a federal agency that goes into our communities and kills American citizens. Not at the border, but in our heartland. I mean, that is where we believe, there's a line that has been crossed. We are outraged over that. I'm sorry that my friends on the other side are not. But you control the House, you control the Senate, you control the White House, you are in charge. So if you want our votes, we're not going to vote to continue to fund agencies and departments within agencies that are rogue, where there's no accountability, where there's no transparency. We're not going to do that. So, we think that TSA, we think that the Coast Guard, we think that FEMA, we support them. We're willing to, and we will vote to support them. but don't ask us to fund in agencies that do harm to our constituents. And by the way, it's like, is there any end to what you want for CBP and for ICE? I mean, you got money in the big ugly bill for them, billions and billions of dollars for them. I mean, I don't understand what the deal is. But in any event, for whatever reason, you have a problem with TSA and you have a problem with FEMA and you have a problem with the Coast Guard. I don't understand why, but we don't. We support them. Madam Speaker, the pattern here is obvious. Broken promises, higher costs, more war, more hate, alternative facts, and unbelievable corruption. That is what is happening in this country right now because of Republican leadership. Republicans said they would fight for ordinary people. Instead, they helped billionaires. They said they would keep us out of war. Instead, they dragged us into another one. 13 American troops are dead. Over 140 are wounded. And our nation is once again sending $1 billion a day over to the Middle East on another reckless, illegal war of choice. They said they would tell the truth. Instead, they protect the Epstein elites and peddle distraction after distraction after distraction, hoping it'll all go away. And at the center of it all is a president so hollow, so unwell, and so morally lost that he is fundraising off of dead American troops. I can't believe I'm saying that sentence out loud. The President of the United States went to a dignified transfer of remains ceremony. He refused to take off his ball cap. And then he took a photo of himself standing behind an American service member coming home from war in the Middle East in a casket. And he slapped it on a fundraising email asking people to donate money to his campaign. Let me say that again. The President used a dead American service member as a photo op for his campaign fundraising. And when he was asked about it yesterday, he said he saw nothing wrong with that. Can you imagine if Bill Clinton had done that, or Barack Obama, or Joe Biden? My Republican colleagues, their heads would explode. And that's what happened after Joe Biden checked his watch during one of these ceremonies. Yet not a word after this disrespectful president dishonored our troops in the most outrageous way by using them as a prop for his own personal benefit. I challenge any Republican, any single one, to come down here and defend this. Come down here and explain to your constituents why the leader of your party is fundraising off of dead American service members. I think it is one of the most disrespectful, inappropriate, awful things I have ever seen in all my time in Congress. And I doubt a single Republican will have the guts to say it was wrong. The American people deserve a hell of a lot better than this chaos and cruelty. And they deserve better than this president. They deserve better than this Republican majority. They deserve elected officials who care about them, who want to fight to lower the cost of living, who want to make their lives better and easier and more manageable. That's not what's happening here. I mean, with all that is going on, $1 billion a day on a reckless, illegal war in Iran, gas prices creeping up to nearly $4 a gallon, the price of groceries going up because of these stupid tariffs that my friends don't want to deal with. I could go on and on and on about how the Republican policies are making life more miserable for average Americans. With all that's going on,
the gentleman's
they
time
can't
has
be
expired.
bothered to come down here. I urge a no vote on this rule, and with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the aisle said that they want to keep the border closed. Well, if they are serious about keeping the border closed and safe, then how are they going to do it without funding Border Patrol? And they don't want to fund Border Patrol. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the aisle have spent their time during this debate drawing caricatures weaving a tapestry of tangential statements and engaging in theatrics. This is unserious behavior, Mr. Speaker. Might I remind them that we're here debating substantive legislation that aligns with the priorities of the American people. Our colleagues across the aisle are welcome to join us in supporting them, standing for law and order, and returning freedom and choice back to the custody of the American people where they belong. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields the balance of her time. The question is on the ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4294 and S. 3971, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 115 and adoption of House Resolution 115 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4294 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 436, H.R. 4294, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to establish a pilot program with respect to the sale of blue catfish caught within the Chesapeake Bay watershed.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 320, the nays are 66. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3971, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3971, an act to extend the SBIR and STTR programs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 345, the nays are 41, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 115, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Calendar Number 66, House Resolution 1115, resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 556, to prohibit the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture from prohibiting the use of lead ammunition or tackle on certain federal land or water under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture and for other purposes, provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 1958 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to clarify that aliens who have been convicted of defrauding the United States government or the unlawful receipt of public benefits are inadmissible and deportable, provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 4638 to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that an alien who has been convicted of harming animals used in law enforcement is inadmissible and deportable and for other purposes, and relating to consideration of motions to suspend the rules.
Questions on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 196, the nays are 192. The previous question is ordered. Question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek
I
recognition?
ask for a recorded vote on this closed rule.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 196, the nays are 193. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today, joined by my colleagues from the Pennsylvania delegation, to honor the life and the service of Corporal Timothy O'Connor, Jr., a Pennsylvania state trooper and a proud member of our Chester County community. For 15 years, Corporal O'Connor wore the uniform of the Pennsylvania State Police, 15 years serving the people of our Commonwealth. He was part of the brotherhood and sisterhood of troopers who run toward dangers so that others can live in safety. 2 weekends ago, while conducting a traffic stop in the line of duty, Corporal O'Connor was tragically shot and killed. So today we stand here together to honor his courage, his sacrifice, and his service. We hold his wife Casey, their young daughter, and the entire Pennsylvania State Police family in our hearts. Please do join us for a moment of silence to honor the life of Corporal Timothy O'Connor. I yield back. Thank you.
Woman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask you to speak out of order for Ward Bennett.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Dean of the Congressional Delegation, as representative of Norfolk, Virginia, we're gathered here today with my colleagues across the Commonwealth with a heavy heart as we honor the victims of the recent shooting at Old Dominion University. This was an act of terrorism, and like all mass shootings, it has become far too commonplace. On Thursday, as students and faculty gathered for their classes, just like every other day, tragedy struck Old Dominion's campus when a gunman opened fire in Constant Hall, targeting an ROTC class. The gunman took the life of Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw and injured 2 others before he was stopped by a brave group of students. Brandon Shaw graduated from ODU in 2007 and returned a few years later to oversee the Army ROTC Monarch Battalion, and as we reflect on his extraordinary life of service, our hearts are with his family and loved ones, as well as the 2 injured students, and we pray for their swift recovery. Our hearts are also with the entire Old Dominion community. Today, we are all Monarch strong. So, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment of silence to mourn the loss and honor the life and service of Lieutenant Colonel Shaw and demonstrate support for the entire Old Dominion University community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate Wyoming Highway Patrol Administrator Colonel Tim Cameron on his retirement after nearly 5 decades of serving in law enforcement. Administrator Cameron capped his dedicated tenure in public service with 3 years at the helm of the force, keeping Wyoming's highways safe. The high-elevation freeways of Wyoming are unlike many in the rest of the lower 48. Our windswept state has the least amount of people but the highest rate of deadly truck accidents. Our unique challenges require the kind of unique leadership that has long defined the character of the cowboy state. Wyoming's first responders are true public heroes who work tirelessly around the clock to keep our drivers safe. Administrator Cameron is now part of that proud legacy as a watchman on the road. We appreciate his service and wish him well in retirement. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to call out this body's betrayal of the American people. The same week we learned that the Trump administration spent more than $1.3 billion on the first 6 days of the war in Iran alone. A survey found that 1 in 3 Americans are skipping meals, rationing medications, and delaying buying a home or having children because of the cost of health care in this country. The United States of America is the richest country in the world. These are not decisions people should have to make. But they are the decisions people are being forced to make because the unchecked party in power is prioritizing spending billions of dollars on dropping bombs in foreign wars that no one asked for instead of doing anything to make life better or more affordable here at home. In the richest country in the history of the world, you should be able to afford to eat, to have kids, to have housing, and to get health care. And the people deserve a Congress who will fight for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I request to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the founding of my alma mater, Calvin University. Today's Calvin University began in 1876 as a small theological school for 7 students, and it grew into a Christian liberal arts institution, becoming a 4-year college in 1920 as its academic programs expanded beyond ministry and training there. Calvin first welcomed my father, Gerald, in 1939, and when his education was interrupted by World War II and an injury he sustained in a B-24 crash, he then graduated in 1950. Calvin was there for him and many of those returning vets like him. Now, Calvin is not just my alma mater, it's my family's alma mater. My wife went there. I have a son who's currently attending there as well. And it is the place that has shaped our minds. It's deepened our faith, and it's instilled a lifelong commitment to serving God and our community. Calvin upholds dedication to its neighbor and excellence in education. We've been well equipped with the tools we need to succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, please join me in celebrating the 150th anniversary of my alma mater, Calvin University, and go Knights.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a mentor and a true friend, Oregon State Senator Avell Gordley. Senator Gordley, the first Black woman to serve in the chamber, brought a presence that was regal and distinctive. I knew I was standing on the shoulders of a giant because she was not only a mentor to me, but a true friend. and it was an absolute privilege getting to know her over the last 10 years. And sadly, her tenure as an elected Black Oregonian was so rare that when she came to the chamber, the House floor, in the state legislature, many people thought that she was a relative of mine rather than the esteemed public servant that she was. She had dedicated and delivered so much to Oregon. And it is because women like Senator Gordley, because of her, that I am standing here today. I will miss her phone calls, her inspirational texts, and most of all, her high expectations of me. Her legacy will continue to inspire generations of women like me to lead, serve, and break barriers. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, the Defense Production Act was invoked to restart a production along the Sable pipeline off the California coast. And while I am absolutely understanding of the dire need for more supply and production for California citizens, I do share some of the concerns that have been raised by California officials about the impact that this could have on our coast, on tourism, and the risks that could impose from an environmental perspective. So I would, however, urge our state lawmakers and governor not merely to complain about this action, but to take concrete steps that can be taken right now to increase production and lower prices in California by easing regulations, by relaxing restrictions on our fuel mix. Right now, Californians are paying over 50 cents more per gallon than people are in Hawaii, which is an island state. So we can lower the price of gas and we can protect our coast at the same time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as people everywhere celebrate St. Patrick's Day, I rise to honor the life and legacy of John J. Carney, an Irish-American son of Northern Ohio. His vision, heart, and integrity helped shape the future of his beloved Cleveland. John was a devoted family man and a real estate developer, but really, he was so much more. He was a father for his community. He was a builder, a steward of civic renewal, and a tireless champion for the city he loved so deeply. And through his decades of service, from the Cleveland-Cuyahoga County Port Authority to Playhouse Square and the Downtown Cleveland Alliance, John believed in Cleveland's promise and gave his life to helping it rise. He brought people together with warmth, humility, and that ever-present Irish sparkle in his eye. And whether hiking in the Alps, collecting rare books, or laughing with his grandchildren, John reminded us all to live fully and give generously. Ohio is stronger, more vibrant, and more hopeful because John Carney walked among us. May his memory be a blessing, and may the sun shine warmly upon his face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate a proud North Dakotan, Britta Curl-Saleme, and the entire USA women's hockey team on their thrilling overtime victory against our neighbors to the north. North Dakotans know Britta well. She represents the very best of our state: hard work, grit, and team spirit. From the rinks of North Dakota to the world stage, she has carried those values with pride. Britta's dedication and leadership helped deliver a gold medal moment our country is still celebrating. And I want to recognize the people who helped make this moment possible: her parents, Bill and Gretchen, and her siblings, who have supported her every step of the way. Britta, North Dakota could not be more proud of you. We know you are gold through and through. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express profound sadness on the passing of Captain Seth R. Koval of Mooresville, Indiana, and my gratitude for his service to our nation. Captain Koval died during refueling accident while supporting Operation Epic Freedom. Captain Koval was a KC-135R stratotanker instructor pilot for the 166th Air Refueling Squadron. He enlisted as a machinist in the Indiana National Air National Guard in 2006 and graduated in 2011 from Purdue with a bachelor's degree. He joined the Ohio National Guard in 2017 and was commissioned on November the 9th, 2018. He eventually became advanced trained as an instructor and a pilot. Deployed multiple times over the past 12 years, including in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, Spartan Shield, and Epic Fury. Captain Koval ultimately accumulated over 400 hours of flight in combat. Captain Koval was married for 19 years and the father of a young son. Thank you, Captain Koval, for your selfless service. My prayers are with your family.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.